Hello Blender folks, welcome and welcome back. I'm epistemic-gnomes and we are making this live stream organic rigging experimentation, and it's starting on mount rigging, right? Of course, as you see in the title, and in here the 3D viewport of Blender. I'm using Blender 3.6.0. I think that's the version. Did it update it automatically? Maybe I don't see the version. Okay, maybe it should be splash screen. There's usually some yes, exactly that. So currently no 0.1 thing. I don't see the bottom thing here. Let's see, maybe I'm lacking some in the UI. I like that. Anyways, that doesn't matter. Let's continue here. So as you see in the that list of tasks, last time, yesterday, I've made the muzzle thing, and this was an inspiration from a tutorial, documentation actually, from someone that made the, how to say, universal sonic muzzle. So there's something about shrink wrapping here, but I didn't like shrink wrapping the face here onto at least that part of the face, right? The bottom lower frontal area of the face. So we have a ghost mesh object, which is wireframe. It's invisible there. It mimics the shape of this muzzle, let's say like this, and then it prevents that this mesh gets too far away from it. So I retain shape, and actually I made some very clever thing there. I've made it myself, but the shrink wrapping thing works nonetheless to preserve the shape. So I'm not sure if this is exactly the purpose of the mechanisms are equal to what there is in documentation, because I didn't follow that thing. I just read rapidly through it, see the video, and with some thought I ended up making something slightly different, and I will see how. Then maybe tomorrow I'll be attending to see 100% of that documentation. So here it's very cool. What's happening is that the mouth is not, the lips actually, they are not shrink wrapped, so it's just the mesh surrounding the lips outside, right? So the trick that I've made here to the shrink wrap, we can have the shrink wrap inside and the shrink wrap outside. That means that there is an option to, in the shrink wrap stuff, shrink wrap modifier, right, that it shrink wraps outside. So that means that from a wall or something, a wall that represents this shape here, so a complex shape, a wall of complex shape like that, there's a cell with, when you use the outside not mix mode, the outside snap mode, right, the shrink wrapping mesh the shrink wrapped mesh won't go inside from the certain distance we decide. So it would be there, but I put it as a negative value, so that means that actually the outside, that wall is, that prevents the mesh going inside, this invisible wall is actually slightly above the surface of the original object mesh, so it's slightly negative. So instead of, okay, so that's all crazy, right? All opposites, right? So the mesh can't go inside that grid there because of the outside, but then there's a threshold also for the inside, which is a negative threshold. The inside will prevent the mesh. It's another shrink wrap modifier, so I'm doubling shrink wrap modifiers on the same target, melt ghost, that wire stuff there. And then of course it's just the visibility, right? It's not that wire thing. There are faces actually, they're not just wireframe edges. They are I would say, yes, they are. It's just that they are shown as display as, instead of texture, they are wire. So that's good for developing those ghost meshes, right? So they are very useful for they can be used to shrink wrap bones through bone constraints as well. This is usually the alternative, I'd say. That would be, I never used it in practice, but for exporting projects, but that would be the alternative for projects that cannot use Blender object modifiers or cannot reproduce these features outside. So there's a problem with the shrink wrapping modifiers, right? They cannot be reproduced, at least would need to be reproduced in some way outside of Blender. So this is only for work inside Blender. But then we can still, if we bake the 3D animation, right? If the bones themselves, they have shrink wrap bone constraint, their transforms will be recorded in the baked animation, right? But unfortunately, the problem is that the bones, they are not equivalent to the mesh. We can make sort of equivalent if you have sounds of bones covering deformed bones, right? Covering the mesh on the grid. That means that it will be that method they use for mapping stuff, right? And with regular skinning algorithm, like LBS, linear blend skinning algorithm. So here I'm using also spline skinning with the bendy bones that I have here. So okay, so anyways, I was explaining how this thing works. And so double shrink wrap, if I were not allowed to use object modifiers, I have to have thousands of bones probably here with some sort of proportional posing feature, like let's say this bone would carry them gradually. It will be, it's not that complicated to set up, but yeah, it's a bit daunting to get it right. Lots of child-off bone constraints, at least 1 or 2 for each single deformed bones on different in a variety of influences. Could be outer bone constraints too. Anyways, yeah, I've made a test with the child-off and it works well, and the shrink wrapping bone constraint also for the shrink wrap bone constraint for the bones. So anyways, here and then we would have to, I assume, 2 shrink wrap bone constraint to mimic this whole thing, because it's the same thing. So instead, 1 outside, 1 inside, and usually these values, they are inverted. Here the outside is just not positive because of, well, because of how the really on the mesh, but really there's a volume. This thing becomes sort of a box volume, invisible box volume we don't see, and the mesh is shrink wrapping inside that box. Actually, it's not shrink wrapping inside the box, it just cannot, it stops, it shrink wraps in the outer borders of that invisible box. So that's it. And so that's a crazy feature that I've made here, and I got inspiration from that Sonic stuff. And so this allows the mouth to sort of, I'd say, the mouth hole, right? And now we are going to the next big challenge. So I'm not able to move totally well currently the mouth everywhere, so it's not need to move everywhere, to be fair, and because a great deal will be how we deform the lips, right? So currently I do not have a lips rig, and this is what we're going to do, and I have a completely different approach that I was thinking to be. Never thought about this. I don't know if anyone has done. Probably yes. Probably some professional riggers. As you see in the list of tasks, sorry, let me put here back. I must check here my OBS Studio to be able to read my own list. It doesn't show for me, but for you it is showing, right? So make lips profiles B-bone splines. So this is an alternative method, of course, and and then make basic lips controls rig, yes, for this lips profiles stuff. And then test lips profiles transforms in place. Yeah, this is a proof of concept. I need to alright, so what we have here, so is that let's say this would be a mouth rig, that we can displace the mouth. We can at the same time, not only the mouth, we have some cool deforms going on in the right on the flesh, on the skin, so we can there's some corrective smooth there. I was suffering with that, so the shapes are being preserved as we move the mouth hole around the face, and this is quite incredible, right? Already. And okay, this idea is from Sonic, Universal Sonic mouth rig. Kamau, I think is the name of the artist. So who put up all this documentation together, and alright, so but I did, as I said, I didn't follow the instructions. I just got some ideas, and then I made some stuff myself. So I don't think he's using spline skinning, by the way, so the problems might be slightly different. And now we are going to make those crazy profiles. So mouth, no, it will be a new, so this will be lips. So this is where I'm gonna put the lips rig. We have old lips here. This was the old lips. I preserved that because we're gonna probably be using this either for probably not for the vertex groups, the deform, right, for the deforms, but for the mechanisms here. So we have, alright, so I had a crazy idea for the mechanism also, that we'll have like mechanism bendy bones. So they will, I'm not sure that will work, but the cool thing of this is that we can have some, it might be easy. I'm not sure if this will help anyhow. Yes, this will help, because the cool thing of this thing as a deformed structure, now it's not a deformed structure anymore because I got rid of the deformed properties of these bendy bones, and even this simple deformed bone here in the clipping region of the mirror modifier. So these there is a way to use this curve from the bendy bone splines as a mechanism to mapping of the shape we want to do. Of course we could do this manually, but this is a curve, this is a spline, right? So we can use even this position on the segmentation of the bendy bone to depending on how we develop this thing. Maybe it's not required, so maybe this is just an exaggeration, but we certainly, for the profiles also, we can start out by just copying this set here, and the tweaks, I'm not sure. We'll start just by simple as this. So I'm going to duplicate this. We see that it creates for the other side. Actually, this is something I was about to forgot, that I don't know how I'm gonna solve the middle part, and I was going to start with the middle. So oh no, I know how to do that. In this particular case, first let me move this to, okay, nothing else is selected. I'm gonna just move this spline here to the lips. Now the lips have something, and this, it is here. So hold on, let me hide this thing, we don't need that now. We are going on edit mode, and now the idea, we need to take off the mirror modifier for this, then we can start working on, this is why it's called profile. So I've made profile splines here, and this is really profile, facial profiles, bendy bone spline. So you have a nose profile, you have this part here profile, and this chin part bottom of the mouth profile. So this I tried to start it as a single spline profile, but it wasn't very accurate. Then of course we can make profiles here, but the shrink wrapping features, they are already solving the profile, let's say, for these deforms here, this mesh. So and this would start to become too much similar to a cage mesh, which I don't know how to build, so I'm not gonna mess with that now, but it would be a cool experiment at some point. Can we make those profiles for all the, right, all around the face? Yes, this is be a cage mesh, and I need to investigate how this would work, and I think it worked with spline skinning, so that's very curious. So for example here, probably what would be wrong is that we'd want this spline to stop here if we're gonna make a cross, right? So it have profile ending here and then restarting here, right? So, and this cage mesh, we can certainly cross the spline and not make any subdivision, right? But I believe this may be confusing for the deform vertex groups. Yeah, it might be messy, and we'll lose some. In one hand it would give some facilitations, but the output, because of the stretching and scratching of the bone constraints of the bendy bones, these could be problematic. But I assume if the orientations of the bendy bone splines are good on here, and the stretching conditions for the stretch the bone constraint of the bendy bones, they are accurate, volume variation, then they are adequate, like maybe we need less than 1, then we may be able to build up something regularly good. But usually I think the best idea would be to make it organized in a more regular conventional cage mesh, where things are properly more interactive, right, and analyzed. And so here those splines are so good, some are a bit better than others, to keep the profile of the character, reshape the profile, that we are going to attempt this concept for the yeah, it's not so good, but in certain parts, because it's very delicate to character design. So even here I'm having trouble with this kind of, so we had to make retakes here anyways, but in principle this is very, very good. Now imagine that I can shape whatever lip I want with those profiles, but applied to the tiny little lips. Who would have thought that? then we need the controllers to be moving the whole bulk of those profile rigs all around. And then I'm not sure how the skinning algorithms will work, but assuming that these shapes are, that the bones are moving along together, then it sounds adequate to say that these won't cause horrid deforms. They will be location transforms until we decide to make some rotations, yeah, we're going to avoid some crazy rotations, but themselves on their little spaces they can have some amount of rotations and rollings and all that. But it's skinning algorithm, spline skinning, algorithm. So it's, although rotations can still destroy the mesh easily. So yeah, although it's better for certain rotations, right? All right, let's start to build this. Sorry, folks. Let's go here. This is historical for me because I've never done it before, and probably also, let's say, to the internet community, because I think there is absolutely no tutorial out there at this point. This is not a tutorial anyway, so but there's no documentation very well on this domain. We may be as well the first one doing this crazy thing, and of course if this works, I hope very much it works. I don't see a reason why it wouldn't work, except for this problematic of the moving of the whole block, right? So this is what could fail. Of course, maybe I'm underestimating what can go wrong. So the first spline, yes, we need to, I think I've forgot something here, folks. Yeah, we need to change these things, so I'm gonna change these names. Find replace R with XXX. So what it does is that now these bones are no more symmetric, and we can just delete it. It won't delete these ones on the other side. And that other bones we deleted, they were anyways in the wrong position. So here I need to put this into the center of the mesh, and yeah, we could use some snapping feature, right, to 3D cursor, which is 6, right? So S6. Yeah, let's select all this. SX0. There we go. Yeah, maybe that's the best way. So now we can just work in this way, and I just need to snap individual origin to the, yeah, to vertex, or to face, no, to vertex, vertices. So here we want to get it to the shape of the, oh, and include non-edited. So we want to, okay, and let's align these rows to global. Okay, so they are all pointing, z-axis pointing up, right? That's it. Is that regular for the mount that we did? Yes. These splines here, they are trying to hold on. Actually, we could, this is a continuation, but we can invert that. Not a big, yeah, there go bottom to up. So because here they are separated, we could indeed have this the start. I think it makes no difference at all for most cases. So here we could, I think I've lost something here, so let's do some, actually maybe this is because of some object modifier. Okay, we have a solidified lips. Maybe we should be using this at this point. I don't think this is required. It might be confusing. Let me see what does it do right now. It just builds up on the lip, so it doesn't sound like, yeah, we could create a driver, but I don't know. Yeah, let's not use this for now, and maybe we're gonna delete this, because with the profiles, bendy bones profile, with the lips profiles bendy bone splines, we are able to shape the lips in theory the way we want. So okay, so there's no change of the mesh here. This is something wrong that happened to this spline here. So hold on, let me fix this. Is this centralized? Yes, then we can, I see that the, okay, then we do this, then we pick this, we place it here, we do this snapping thing. Yes, this is correct, making sure it is here. And of course then we have issues with this shape. Yeah, maybe here we should do different. I was considering this. Let's place this exactly in this, the very, yeah, let's place it there, and let's get this here. Let's see if we can now, yeah, you see that tiny, very tiny curve. We won't be able to match it, right? So even if we use some bendy bones here, I'm already using some features here, so maybe I need to do something like that. So this will be neutral. Yeah, so the ease in, it looks like we need to get it more than once, or something like that. And the out, we should try to get it radically. I'm assuming this is too much. This is very, very wrong. The deforms then will be very complicated. So once you try to pose it, yeah, we want to try, we can try. But this, yeah, but then this is in doesn't make the slide, but the shape looks better, so maybe that's the way to go, folks. Maybe that will be the way to go. Yeah, because even though it's not going that direction, at least it is having this bending here, so maybe this is not too bad. So yeah, something like that. We'll test that, but we can also work with these rotations here. So okay, now we need to reset this. No snapping. Okay, this seems to work, right? So okay, good assessment there. Reset. Let's go back on edit mode. We don't need to be working on the mouth, but it's the lips. Okay, so our first thing, lips profile, will be starting there. We're gonna snap. We need many splines, and my idea would have that it will be a bit artistical, right? Because we'll have to create those yeah, we need to make it in a way that it will, yeah. So currently I have the rest position for the mesh, the ellipse, doesn't matter so much now, because if this works, this means we don't have to rely so much on the mesh rest position to solve those shapes, those very variable shapes that the ellipse can have, because the splines would be, the ellipse profiles, bendy bone splines would be very powerful in reshaping this, just as I was shaping this thing. So what we need to do here, yes, because this is the first experimentation I'm doing, it is okay that for me at least, that I do it slightly wrong. That means that I'm not gonna try to make it perfect. So if I were to make it ideal after what I've considered, I should have these lips on a more relaxed position, and it will, yeah, the shape that I'm gonna make here as a profile is actually will be a bad exaggeration, right? And so this will be a bit annoying, because this shape is like, well, this shape wouldn't be, then we need pose assets for these things already on rest pose. So it's like this shape is just for better deforms, and maybe it's good. Okay, so maybe I'm not completely wrong about this approach that I'm doing here, reusing that approach, I mean. So I don't want to change the rest position for the lips, sorry folks, it would take too long, and we have absolutely to test this out. So hold on, transform, so we have a length here, let's get this. So these will be very tiny splines, because that's, if we want flexibility here, we'll have to have many of them. So I assume we could make this into 3 splines, and the mesh materials are already helping us. So in this sense, I think even 3 splines is an exaggeration, right? So let's align this, let's align this, just in case I messed up things. We need to, yeah, so I'm gonna snap this to here to that, and we are going to, so this is supposed to do this, right? Even though the mesh is a bit not really good, right? Yeah, this was annoying for profile. We'll try to build up this profile. Yeah, the head starts there. I'm trying to get a little some regular stuff going on, right? Although it would make more sense that the joint be there, right? This seems to be better for a profile, actually. Yes, let's work by the joints of the bendy bone itself. Here's correct. Here we are building different. Maybe we should redo this for this very tiny detail, right, folks? So it's not like, oh, this matters a lot. Alright, so let's keep this shape here. Then let's duplicate this. No, let's duplicate these. And now we need to work on the other side, right, folks? So here I'd like actually this to be very much more. Yeah, we can do this for we can so individual origins, so rescale these things, yes. Then the problem is that we'll have to refine this snapping thing, right? So I cannot snap this. Oh, I see what I need to do. Yeah, that is where's the active element? Here. yeah, this is an annoying point. But actually, these are so small that perhaps we can. Yeah, let's just get them a bit larger, but they're very thin. So what we can do indeed is that they are so tiny that it's okay to have their head meeting, right? So that's perfectly logical. Mr. Spock, your logic is... I'm starting to hate your logic, Mr. Spock. Alright, here, fine for this. I'm concerned about something. It's the alignment. I always start to think that the bone is not aligned with... Maybe it's lost aligned with world space. Let's see. No? If I do this... No, it's just how it shows. It has some strange boldness in some area. That's fine. Provide everything keeps aligned with that first one, that's fine. Alright. The roll, right? Okay, so we do that. This one was preserved, but here is the... Yes, this joint. Okay, so this joint here. This one, where it is, its axis, we barely see from this. Oh, it is so tiny, so thin, this bone, that we don't see its axis gizmos anymore. So this is a disadvantage. We can't augment the size of the gizmos, I think, for bones or armature object. Well, I am in the armature object, I think. Strangely, I think it must be on object mode to do that. Viewport display. No, it was just here. Viewport display. We can change the positions, right? But we cannot change the size, and so this is a little complicated now. But we are doing it in a regular way, so we won't suffer too much from this. So I need to assess this joint here. Okay, we are rolling that this way, and then we place it here. Good joint there. What about the amount of bendy bone segments? This looks like a bit too much complicated, so here we could give it just... It does seems like, yeah, it's... I never know much how... This often doesn't impact very much, but here it sounds a bit too bad, here it sounds good enough. And this is with just 6, that should be good. Yeah, it still looks strange, so let's give 12. Alright. Yeah, it looks strange because of the more we rotate, the more it looks strange, so let's keep at 10 then at least, because it's rotating a lot. We can change stuff here, parameters, but we are not gonna do this. Let's leave it to be free, and then less spline here, and then we can copy paste this whole contraption. We are going to snap here, right? And then of course we need to change the targets of everything here. So the head of this bone would go here. So now change these targets. Actually, let's change all these names. So they are lip up, right? So oh, they are older lip up, right? So but now they are Yeah, their naming is bad, so how? Okay, lib profile. Alright, let's do something like that. Lib profiles will so I don't have to go back and change the names, right? So find replace lib up, the rest to lib profile, and then anything else. Yes, would like to take off, like find and replace digits. We don't have this system for digits, so 0 0 to nothing. Okay, so take out this point and the 0 0. Then we also would add a strip character digits after this, so at the end, so it will take off the last number. I think it will recreate a 001, or at least it will yeah, I know what to do. It will start with no numbers, so let's perhaps add a set name 001. Alright, so 1. Oh, that's perfect. Yeah, we did it. That's great. This fascinating, as would say Mr. Spock. So now these targets, fascinating. Here we get this target. Okay, this target here, and this is 3. This seems to be fine, but now we need this, and this will be 4, and this will be 3. Alright, so this is already solved. Then rotations here, I assume this should be doing something like that, but it's, yeah, that part is a bit complicated. Maybe it's too much splines here for segments for this one. Let's leave it at least 4. Oh, this goes much more. Why am? Oh no, mistake, my mistake. This is the. Oh no, this is right. So I was confused. This is really. This should go further away, so it will snap there. It's because of the invisible stuff that I thought this was just a red face loop that I painted, but this is the limit, outer limit of the here of the lips, so it's here. Now we can augment this to probably 6, just as this, so this has more. Let's give it 12, just, and here we can reshape this that way, and now this we can have more protrusion there. And because you have a lot and we don't know, let's just put 8 here. Alright, so this is our first lips profile. It's exactly in the center, and this is actually very, very fine discovery that I've made in this process. Of course, maybe it's not new knowledge out there, but yes, since it's hard to find explanation for classes, right? Like it didn't make a whole course on rigging. It's like a bit chaotic learning, right? When we don't learn from a course, an organized, educational course, we tend to learn a bit chaotic. Well, learning is chaotic usually anyways, even on organized course, unorganized course, let's be fair. Learning is always very often a grand it's very complex, right? Very interesting. So it can become very chaotic. And suddenly when we less suspect, oh, I've learned that trick, I've learned that, or otherwise sometimes we suddenly we discover some basic thing, fundamental thing we knew, very advanced thing, but we missed something very fundamental. Even when you're doing course, oh, that was that thing, and now it becomes to help a lot in many other aspects. Yes, those crazy things happen in education, formation, whatever. I think everyone can share some ideas on that. Okay, so here these things seems to be a bit too large for my taste here. Let's get this profile, and now it is be more easy stuff. We just duplicate. We use a bounding box center. Rotate everything in a group, right? In global space. I want the. It doesn't seem to be okay. Then we rescale because it's expected. Okay, so in this point, I'm going to make a complete. Yeah, I'm gonna work directly in the. Yes, I'm only got to get 3. Well, 1 with the symmetric. So this we can already add some left and right. So find and replace. So the way I do this, I don't think here it will. The way I would do this, I need to add a left and right. Wait. They have a left and right. So did I? Alright, so this is wrong, folks. We need to take off the left and right from these. So just this is simple. Find left and right. No, find left and replace by nothing, and then we delete this. There you go. So this is central. Oh, this will be a problem because okay, no. So let's simplify this with. Okay, I'm not gonna make that other trick. They would start to get crazy on the numbers. So my mistake, a logical mistake in this thing. So I'll add up to lip profile. So actually I'll add, instead of lip profile, we'll got lip up profile, and so profile doesn't change, so it adds up to everything. Now here we gonna do the same, but and now the numbers are wrong, but we're gonna make the strip character digits, right? We're gonna make the batch thing with multiple properties. So the first property, I'll call it property, the first application would be, okay, first we need to lip side. Then we need to change all the numbers, so we're gonna set name. We want to take no, find replace. We'll take the 0.00 for nothing. Then we strip characters, numbers, digits at the end. Not need the end, but yeah, maybe we need that anyways. So we cannot take it off. So oh, we can. So but anyways, let's precise that it's at the end. Actually, let's try it. Let's see if that works anyway. So then find replace. We want 0 no, it's not that. It's set name only for the, yeah, okay, 0001. So 0.001. So what it does is, instead of starting nothing and then it creates 0. This I already started this, and then it is forced to create 002 in the sequence. There's a left 5 there. I think yeah, it didn't strip the. Okay, so we'll have to. Okay, let's do that manually, folks. Otherwise I have to strip digits and do all again, or also strip one by one from the thing, while I can do this immediately from here. Alright, so this is the side ones. Now we can, of course they won't set, but let's use some agility here. We pick all this, we duplicate, because these are already aligned with in the center. So now I want to invert this thing. So like, I think like that. Yes. Then we'll change it like this. We are trying to get, except that I think the splines are inverted. No, the parentings. Oh, I forgot the parentings, folks. Never forget the parentings. So this, I always seem to get this. Hopefully I saw the parenting lines in time. Okay, so we're doing from outside to inside. So this means that here we did it wrong. We need to, it could be the opposite, right? But this is already set, so never mind. It's outside to inside. So outside to inside. No, this is correct, folks. What I'm saying. So it's just this that required this, and then yes, then I saw the parenting wrong stuff. Let's save and let's solve the parenting stuff. Here to this, keep offset, here to this, that's it. Then here, this to this, this to this, keep offset, and this to this. There we go, parenting ready. Now these, I'm gonna snap. I'm not gonna use the shift, so I can easily toggle. So here is this head. We will just snap here. That's correct. This will snap. I see the changing of material there. This was purely accidental that it happened to be like that. That we could use this for the profiles. So I didn't plan that for the profiles. I did plan it for other things. Yeah, this would be the shape that I would like to have originally. So here we go to the other side, right? Here I think I see, no, it's there, very far. Oh, the mesh here is a bit difficult to snap. I think it is there. Yeah, this is correct. Looks correct. Alright, looks correct to me. Then we first set the positions, and here again it's confusing, but there we see. Here it's easier to solve, and it's the okay. Now I'm having that problem where is the head that I want to snap, and for here. Oh, this is interesting. When I use wow, haha, and then I didn't knew this trick. With the bounding box center, it is possible to snap the tail from the tail of the bone without changing the length of the bone. So because if we pick the tail and we snap, you see what happens. The head won't follow. Maybe there are other ways. I need to take note of this. So bounding box center transform pivot point can okay, let's do this here. Snap bone tail to vertex. Okay, bounding box transform pivot point. This is incredibly valuable information, so I need to know. Bounding box transform pivot point can snap bone tail to vertex without changing bones length. That's it. That's it. And this is like okay, I'll give some other color or whatever. There we go. So here, let's go back in our profile stuff. So in this case, this is not what I want. I just want this. If I wanted to snap, yeah, so yeah, you can snap the tail, but see what happens. And then if you pick the bone, it just goes there. Maybe, and there's no active element for this, right? Because when you select the bone, the whole bone is selected. We don't have the priority of, right? The priority is given by this, actually. Yeah, if it is the tail, and if we place the 3D cursor, what will happen is that it will snap into 3D cursor. Yeah, if we set this to snap there, it's offset, it's cursor, it's the head. We cannot give it to, yeah, so that there is some, and the bounding box seems to solve it. Individual origins also don't do. Right, is the head. Let's see, medium point would, oh, it's not, it doesn't even do a medium point between. Strange. So active element is the, okay, so active element is the tail. So another thing I didn't know. Okay, let's go back. So active element, so or active element transfer can snap. Okay, then learn 2 tricks, folks. All right, never mind, let's continue now. Very fundamental tricks. We are certainly gonna have used it in our structure, in our work around, but rigging at some point. But right, currently there is no immediate need. So here, it's the way to solve this is medium point. This I know. So and here we are having some. So pick the whole stuff, right? And so here the problem is that the curve, in a great deal, it could be that there are too much things here. Maybe 6, right? Here this one 12 according to the other, and here we could also reduce to 6. Okay, this sounds to be more regular, and okay, this is not perfectly matching, but that's good enough, I think. And now yeah, this profile is horrible. Look at that. I think the skin should be, even to avoid this kind of possible interpenetration there. Although we can use a shrink wrap thing, modifier to this mesh, or even perhaps deform bones to not allow the mesh to Oh no, sorry, we can't. This would be in the case if, well, we can do it with, no. It will be the case if the objects are different. In this case, they're same object. I still have the possibility to disconnect these meshes. I'm starting to think this will be a good idea, actually. Unfortunately, I don't know all the pros and cons of my choice, but because I was struggling so much with the deforms, and because there is this shrink wrapping advantage, and actually we see that perhaps it will be more organized. Yeah, I was suffering especially with the relation of the wave painting of the interior, mouth interior, with the relation of the exterior, also involving bones and all that. So of course these problems would occur also similarly, or some degree of problem with wave painting and pivoting point also have to solve if they are different objects. But once they are different objects, mesh objects, we have a small limitation in the connections here. But yes, wave painting, I remember why I've connected the meshes, because I was very careful about the wave painting on the relations, so it was be better if I got them joined. However, now what I'm suffering with is that I need something more simple for the deforms of these arcades, the inner mouth, and the fact that this connected mesh, it kinda make it less analytical. And okay, so I see you have made some mistakes here. Let's just snap this to center. I think this is fine. Yes, this is perfectly fine. I believe the bone axes are correct. The orientations. Oh, the bone is upside down. Is that it? Is this bone is in the, oh no, it's correct. Is that, sorry, it's, they are, I was confused. So it's from outside to inside. So here are our, oh, another thing folks, this is not lip up, we're gonna have to rename that. So bones, then lip, so instead of up, down. So find replace 00, yes. Then strip capital, yes. Digits, take this off, and then start with that. Now it should be seamless. This starts here, 2, 3, 4. It has lip down, 1, 2, 3. Perfect. So here we've just, okay, the, of course, the targets, the, I should have fixed it the beginning from the first. Maintain volume. Okay, so what we can do here is select. There are lots of bone constraints here, and all wrong. So let's do something here. Let's Control Alt C. Hold on, let me. It's a shortcut that I made to clear bone constraints from bones. So let's see what is the screen. Can I augment this? If it would be good if you could give colors to those tabs, right? Oh, let's add this information. Sorry, just 1 minute. Sounds a good idea, right? For the, so give colors to tabs. If it's request colors for tabs in sidebar. far does it exist? Team. Set teams already. Okay, because here I forgot something else. Batch repairs for not for collapsing, for actually deleting it. Eh? No, it's not. It's for moving up down, and also for deleting, I guess. I'm not sure about the deleting. So, and there might be something else, but that is it. So I'll make a request with all this all at once, perhaps. Alright, and then let's go back, folks. We are about to test. Okay, took that off. Then unfortunately we'll have to remake this. So I don't know if that's the best choice, but at least we don't have to reset this, because wait, wrong stuff. It's instead, yeah, this to this, stretch to, yeah, this don't have to move, this to this, stretch to, this to this, stretch to. Here I still need to fix this one, so the location is the last one, so let's just fix this first. This to this, stretch to, this to this, stretch, this to this, stretch to, and this to this, stretch to. Let's see if that's, no, this to this, stretch to. Alright, this seems correct then. So what do these splines would allow once they form is that we could reshape the lips the way we want, just as a profile, right, folks? Completely crazy, right? And then we can have whatever kiss shape we want for all along so this is would be imperative to have a lot of freedom to shape those splines here. Annotation, sorry, I think I have something there. Yeah, just some poor annotation that accidentally drop out. So let's see here, save, and I still need to add stretch 2 in here. So stretch 2, and stretch 2. And here let's test. Okay, this is always good to test, although yeah, to avoid bad surprise. So here these are not fixed yet. Here we this will be a bit more complicated because, or maybe not, but okay, so I need to know, yeah, I just pick one let's see, could be, yeah, this is exactly the middle, so we will use this as a reference. We can see the color, but it doesn't go, I see, maybe we need to, yeah, let's do something here, folks. Oh, this is looping, actually this seems to be double looping. Okay, maybe we can reassess this geometry. I want this to be exactly in the center. I would like to be, but this is like perfectionism, right? It's not required. The mesh topology is good, so it's what it's matter. So yes, let's at least use this here. Then let's pick this, then snap, yeah, first snap the bone to that. Yeah, here we don't have the alignment with the clipping region, right? Z world z-axis alignment, so we'll have to yeah, this is why this is a bit more tricky. There's an entire axis that we need which we need to, so we can already actually no, I mean this. Okay, so this aligned to this, so the z-axis pointing outward, so that's what I wanted. We can align here already. Here we can align here. Yeah, now this will start to get annoying, so let's not align yet. The targets, yes, we cannot continue here without, if those targets are wrong. No, they are right, it's just that it's completely chaotic. Alright, so here we see where we want, so just continue through this line there, right, and snap to there, yeah, then snap this to the joint, this can be aligned with that. I want to roll it, and okay, it would be that, whatever. Here just make, now the profile is a bit more difficult to assess. We don't have a cross section, right? We have to figure it out in this way. We could make cross sections in many ways on the mesh. One way would be with a mask modifier, but it would need a lot set up. Another would be, I think, isn't there a Control B thing? Control B? No. Never mind. I don't know what's that. Let's load. So, yeah, there's something I need to revise. So, too many. Is there a cross? No. There's nothing like that. It would be a selection thing, right? Yeah, something that I cannot know here from this apparently. So we are about to be able to test this, and it's somewhat exciting and also at the same time scary because if this works, this will be the ultimate marvel of mount rigging. No, I'm joking. No, it can be extremely powerful, sort of a game changer. But if it works, there would certainly always be other alternatives, very good alternatives. But this seems to be quite a smart one, provided it works. We have to find it out. So I have hard time seeing they're too close. A setting is this one. It ends up here. You can get okay, I think it's this, but actually we need to go up until here. Now snap this here, and the bone is all contorsed, I think. We can still try to align that now that it's in position, but yeah, I think it got better. Nonetheless, it's still quite contours, and this is actually normal. So sometimes this is how we need to make these organizations for. Yeah, it's not, doesn't mean it will this will be bad for deforms unless this stuff are too twisted overly twisted, overly stretched, overly whatever, overly adjust there with high values. Usually the simplest the splines are on rest position in principle, the best the bendy bone will be, the easiest the bendy bone will respond in most cases, right? It will be more spontaneous to understand what the transforms of the bendy bone will be doing. Yeah, so what I'm trying to do here is to follow the pattern of the mesh, so this is why I have to do this. I think it makes sense to do this, and here we need to finish with here. So this is why I would like to have this painted mesh, but then I've realized that well, I can still do it, so let's, so I don't have something to cross yet, a material that copied this. I should have actually. We have a problem here. Let's do our trick. So I'm gonna duplicate a material. I'm gonna make some lips that is actually a duplicate of the lips, just for another viewport display color. So what this means is that I'm gonna change this material here through material selection to this. It was right before something else that is not, that perhaps was not equivalent to the lips, so it's annoying. So this is just how it shows in the viewport display, folks. So this is yeah, we could make like A and B, no, actually A, yeah, light, dark, yeah. And I put bold color, so just so that it's but it's actually a material. These are, yeah, we could say that. Let's just change something so that I understand what I did here. This is like just a color. Oh, it's changed the. All right. So does that mean that? Oh no, this is because the material color is that. It's not. Never mind. It's not anything special that I've done. It is not the viewport display color. So unfortunately, this is why I have to write this down. So this allows, this trick allows us to, I have a tutorial about that, just to have, it's exactly the same material, it just has different shader, it just has different viewport display stuff. They are mainly clones with slightly different uses. Alright, so now, so this, if we want, this is the main one, the other is just a clone. And we leave them together here so that at least they are, yeah, they are few. Should be good to have collections here too, right, folks? Collections for materials, collections for vertex groups, collections for. We are improving. We're getting soon collections for bone layers. So no more bone layers, only bone collections. That's a game changer. All right. So again. Okay, I didn't finish this part, what I wanted to do here, so we gonna cross here. Yeah, so these we are going to reach here, and teal, then it goes. And what about this one? Where does it go? Oh, it goes right there. So yes, we can get this thing. Why not? So this is yellow, I believe. Is that yellow? I don't know. I know this is teal for sure. Color blindness. For reds. And a little for greens. Alright, so is this accurate? Yes, this is, so at least we have some logic here. Although here I'd like to have... No, let's keep it like that. It's beautiful. It is clear what's happening there. Except that this blue... Ah, the blue one goes there, so even more interesting. Not sure that I want that, so let's just at least get this. The problem here is that these ones, I think they have another blue, so I think they are using this one, so it might be a bit, yeah, it's using another one, so, and I'm confused what it would be in terms of the original material. When I created this I was too busy, so let's leave this one like that and let's leave this one. Well, we can check here. Yeah, we see there are different materials, right? So maybe for the melt inside, therefore we should stick with and as you see there's this problem. Yeah, so we don't want that. Maybe we just paint that into... Yeah, so let's make those changes, folks. We'll use this blue for material interior. This is... can use like... We have mouth inside, no, yeah, so lips, yeah, this was what I was using there, but yeah, and that probably is a lips material. We can delete that. This white has a different color. Oh, at least we know the... Now I've realized. So if I wanted to use this color here, let's see, we could totally use this. Okay, so this is for the gums, I think, or I don't even have a gums material. So yeah, so this is not a tempting. So this is... This is more relevant, folks. Just as this could be actually all the mouth interior. So this organization, mouth inside. Yeah, I don't need Dorothy, but since we have it, let's keep it. So mouth inside, then gums, then teeth. Okay, we have... Let's just check if that's it. I'm assigning wrongly. Okay. Good. Except that this we change for that. Here, what's here is doing this. Here could go later. I'm just thinking, tongue material. I think this is not even being used anymore. What What material used the tongue? I think it's lost something here, folks. Yeah, this. Fortunately, we have a seam for this, for the tongue. So just get it here. I think that face loop get all along the tongue, so that's it. So this color for the tongue is a bit bizarre, but yeah, it's hard to check the. I think this is a duplicate from the eyelashes, so no, we don't use it. And this also is something. So let's just use the same for the lips here, except dark. After we try to find something for create something. Okay, folks. So this has no. Just let's think, folks. This part here, of course, we see there's some wrong stuff about, or no, it's just impression. Yeah, just impression. The gums are where they are expected to be, so we don't have a more mouth interior stuff. So you have, what you could do then is just so temporarily, yeah, we do that. Then we have this as a clone. Instead of blue, let's green. And then yeah, they have different names here. I need to recheck that, but here we just get whatever green here. So we can have these loops here. This will be identifiable by whatever thing. And you have here, and now everything here is we change here. No, slightly wrong. But it should be the same. So what's going on here? Now you're pretty confused. Sorry about the waste of time here. Oh, I need to reassign perhaps. So green, yeah, I forgot to. So this is, that's it. And this is probably here. So we need a mouth inside. There we go. So there are mouth inside. There are, we can, yeah, let's bring this up. The others don't need this kind of stuff. This for the skin we leave it below because it's too much thing to move around, and it will be on the way. That's so least important, those things. So here material, we just have to change some stuff here. Yeah. We can't batch rename those things, unfortunately, so just do this and this. Alright, so much better now, folks. This top and bottom eyelash thing is also deprecated, so because I'm not sure if they are any different in the material, I'm going to remake this system. I think there's nothing targeting them, so I'm going to eyelash top, this I'm gonna delete, just delete that. Then I'm gonna pick that eyelash, not eyelashes. Yeah, eyelashes. And this is just a differentiation. And this is becomes that. And here we check what is assigned there. It's still there. And what is that? It's magenta. The colors are a bit too similar to that. Let's change this color here, folks. Magenta would be something more critical. Okay, let's leave that, and then here oh, I was changing the not the preview color, right? So this was a terrible mistake. No, I was correct. Sorry, confused. Hopefully it didn't change any. This is a material preview, so that's fine. And this we could get. Right, it's dark, and we see any differentiation? No, because we need to pick. For example, the top would be that, and the bottom would be that. But then we get some lighter color, which then is confused by the other. So we gotta make a slight change to this thing. So let's get it something like this color maybe, and then here lighter. So yeah, that's good to differentiate. And then that magenta thing we can just, which is just for mesh topology, we just can get it like that, more towards wine color. Yeah, I'll say it does look like that this thing has the wrong material again, apparently. Too similar for me, it's confusing. Okay, last attempt here. Just alright folks, that's it. So let's go back to our mouth rigging. Finally, we want to check how good or how bad this works. We need to wave paint. So now this is another question, is how this wave painting would required to do for the lips, and we can probably reuse some vertex groups here. I think I've deleted them. Yeah, I do not have them anymore. No, they are valid. Okay, I need to swap them for that position. But it would be easier perhaps to, we're gonna check. Okay, we have the vertex groups, but we're not sure if we can reuse them properly for this. These profiles indicate that we want just wave painting for the armature bone layers depth. So we'll assess the wave painting here. Yeah, so those lips, they go beyond already, and this was bad. And for the profiles has nothing to do with that actually, and so we certainly don't want to reuse them if that's the case, and that's the case. So we are going to use the protectors. So I have a lip top vertex group for hiding. So first, mouth interior we hide. We can include this in mouth interior region actually. So we hide that anyways. We mouth region. Yes, mouth region is everything there, but what we need is, what is lips large? Oh, this one. This is old stuff. Yeah, this is when we were in our old setup, so I don't think we'll be using this again because we have the profiles. So yes, and the profiles work in the middle, and the middle solves the thing. So let's get rid of this, simplifying until we reach the ideal, if possible, a better solution, evolution therefore. So lips and lip top. Music suddenly stopped because I need to know what caused this behavior. It just suddenly paused for no reason. So here we have the lips selection, lips vertex group, actually no selection, but now yes. Well, yes, we have a selection, but it was not. Alright, so lips top, we should use this for this spline, and the grand moment it's arriving, folks. So we can do this to start with like that. Why not shared waves, right? Of course, we'd probably like to have some blurring, and there is problem about the outer edge, right? So I have an idea here, so I'm gonna invert this, I'm gonna expand, and I'm gonna reinvert. So what this means is that, well, this means little. This is what I should have done for. Alright, there's another way, but okay, we have made some stuff there, but it's not good enough, so let's continue this. Alright, so this is good enough here. Then we want for the lips top to take off this, and this, and now with only this selection, actually even less than that, only that selection, we go here. Oh, there's a mistake. Those splines, the layering is completely wrong. I forgot this is, I was used to do this only a single bone, but actually actually the system is different. We have to layer, so you have to make a new selection. So let's just delete this, this was useless. Hold on, let me get this back here. We are going to, yes, get this, but the selection of the lips now is quite different. Never done this before, folks, so we probably want a lip top still, but we're gonna get some from this lip top. So let's just copy the names here, so it will be, so lip top, so hide lip top. We don't know, then we need another. There are 3 layers, right? So one for each. So it's actually lip upright, but no, doesn't matter. These are protection layers anyway, so it doesn't matter right now. We can reorganize this. No need streaming that thing. So this, to reorganize this, will be inner, outer, 3 outer. Actually the order, to be fair, is outer 1, 2 middle, and 3 inner, following the orientation of the bendy bone splines. So with this set we can also do the same for the lip butt. So I'm gonna copy that, gonna get this as a height, so except that now yeah, we need this change here. Lip butt will have, yeah, I need to copy 1, 2, then we get this. Unfortunately we cannot mix the stuff, so this is middle and this will be inner. So now what we do, we just sort by name. They go there in an organized way right next to the lip top, so there are 3, but they have nothing, so we need to reorganize this. Should be pretty simple. Just so lip top starts there, and we take off this edge rings here, and we assign, they are locked. Now this is lip top, attention. Unfortunately it's aligned, so I couldn't assign wrongly. So this is a protection layer, protection vertex group, right? Then middle, we get this. Now we get this out. It still gets this edge, right? Yeah, it still gets these edge rings, so they're gonna share waves there. That's fine, it's pretty fine. And then assign, and then for the last one, actually this was wrong, not assign that, actually this was meant to, yeah, everything wrong here. Not everything, we got some mistakes. So select lip stop, select lip stop, alright. Then middle, we start to, we're gonna just remove, yeah, no, there's nothing assigned here, so we just want to assign what is selected. Simple as this. Then assign, then lip outer, select, then inner, now it's lip top, then take off this, this, and this, and assign here. Yeah, so now let's see, this has this has this, and this has this. And there we go. So this for lip stop, we can lock this. Now they are safe. Lips bottom. Let's see if this matches here. Just curious. Lip top. It goes a bit beyond, so they cross. They cross around, I think, this. Yeah, so it's just one edge ring crossing. That's fine, no problem. Unless we're doing something extremely precise that would require this non-blended waves, whatever in that region, which is probably a bad idea. it's a joint. Some joints we might want to have this, but usually in organic rigging. Smooth waves are very important to solve some stuff. Blended waves. So here, select lift bot, then unselect. I could do it by faces probably. Yes, even easier in some sense. So assign to outer. Oh, I forgot the numbering. So 1, 2, 3, sort by name. Okay, just checking here. Yes, outer is outer. Okay, so no mistake there. So outer seems to be correct. So let's just already lock it because we can. Then select bot. Then take off. Yeah, we could do. I could do this. No, it doesn't work because it take off the entire stuff, right? So let's do it manually. So take off faces. This is for the middle. Assign, then lock, then check actually before locking, and now select bot. Take off this and assign to inner, check, lock, and that's it. That's it for the organization that for wave painting. Delicate regions, mesh regions. So here, such as what I'm working on. So we need now to use these layers to make this. So this will be pretty simple. It's like, okay, just go on wave paint mode. Actually, it's time consuming, but since it's well organized, it will be pretty fast. So outer, go on wave paint mode. Then can we make a selection from here? Oh, we can, but then we lose the selection. Yeah, this is not a selection actually. The selection stays. We cannot change swap selection from here, unfortunately. So what we can do, however, is that, okay, this is outer top. We have this. We shift K at the maximum waves with mix. Doesn't matter here, provided there's waves here, we can do it. So we do this, and now what we can do from this is blur the extremities, right? Except that for that, okay, there's an operator for that. This will help because this is like symmetric. So smooth, let's just make sure that what sounds better, let's use. What about this? We can do that later for all the selected pose bones, right? So that's, instead of doing this every time, we do all for all the bones involved. So let's do that way. All right. Okay, so that one was done. We don't need that. Let's go for the bottom since it will be more interesting. Small variation, so that all this is covered. So lip bot outer, wave paint for, there's a problem here. Yeah, we need to do something about this, and probably you have to blend some waves there after. Yeah, so it's slightly more complicated. No, not Shift K. Let's get the words there. Shift K. We need to find what this spline here would do. Probably we will try to get something from both. We don't have this for the side, right? We don't have lip side, so We can do this part manually, right? Yeah. We pick those bones, we just get some selection there with the help of that, and then we blend some waves there. Alright, so the real... Okay. Then we can already start, for example, for the top middle, for example. Then we go here, we get the bone, we select here and we shift K. Then we got the lip middle, but the bot. Then we go here, we take this off, we get back, and here that's how it works. Then you can start with the lip top inner, lip bot inner, why not? Select, no, lip bot inner, sorry, here, wave paint mode on that selection, bone, protect, shift K. Now only remain I think this one, so we need to go here, it's lip top inner, selection, wave paint mode, select bone, yes, because we are gonna wave paint the bone, protect, shift K, and there we go. So we could test what but the problem is that they are, oh, they are not deformed bones yet, so let's swap that. Because we have changed that from the copied we got. So let's make a first assessment of this. Oh, yeah, okay. This is expected, we don't have waves there, so here we don't see very well, but what about here? Let's ignore the rest, let's see what only it's doing there. Okay, so those waves, what can we do here in terms of shapes? Yes, we see that we have some difficulty. It's not that good in this condition, so the profiles, wave paint is poor, right? We need to blur that and reassess, yeah, especially on, let's check the other. So this is a bit preoccupying, or a bit preoccupied with that, but let's see for this one. This one seems to be a bit better than the top. So here, yes, you see we can make crazy shapes already. There's bad deformed, so that's the region there which has also very... Here there is no waves yet, so alright, so I see from this one that we actually are going a good direction. Here it is still complicated to visualize properly, but yes, there's some development of profiles. It's just not respond very well, and it annoys very much how the rest deforms. So let's continue with the, yeah, these ones on this side. Did I finish that? Let's see. Okay, that was covered, but we need to use the blending stuff, right? So for all these bones selected, we are going to, yeah, that's like how it looks like. I think it's vision of normalization. So we pick all that, and we are going to smooth this out. Problem is that we do not see exactly what's happening, so my impression. Oh, it's no. This is dangerous. Can we lock this? Let's try to protect. I didn't know about that. Well, maybe we could indeed have this. Alright, hold on, folks. Let's. Okay, let's start with. Yeah, that word select. So let's use this. Let's only show that, and of course I hope this protects the mesh. Actually, I wouldn't need to do that. I just pick that. With this selection, this should be locked, especially, so it's a bit complicated. We need to select all bones, not these ones, they are not in the stuff. So now we use the protector, and then we will see if the waves expand. So expand, contract, yeah, we see they don't, so this is cool. It works to protect just as if we were wave fading manual. So you can play with that. I'm not sure what it is doing, so there's no. We'll have to take the risk, and then we just should do individual. Yeah, it. Oh, it didn't. I think I messed up the operator, folks. Okay, so maybe one thing that I should do before doing that is what I had started to do before, right before, which was to see if I can get any. Oh, I've already messed up that one. With the operator. Oh, it's no, it's not that I messed up with the operator. Maybe I've made a shift, and this is not finished. So Shift Control Z to get this. Yeah, I'm lost in the history of this stuff. Apparently this seems correct, so that's gonna save in another thing here, Lips Profile, because we're quite advanced into this. We are going to expand this, one of them, just to check what it does. So you see the perfect. So factor of 0.5 is fine. Iterations 1 is good, and expand, contract, maybe more expansion and more iterations. Okay, so 0.5 I'm gonna take note, just iterations 2, and expand 0.3, something like that, right? Yeah, alright, that's it. And not active group, actually selected posed bombs. Right, so we don't want this, so Control Z. Again, we make a selection of the seam, linked selection. We go here, we start adding the bones. We lock the selection. yes, it looks like wrong, but this is the mask. The mask is there, and this can be used with that. So not active bone, but selected bones affect all. This will be doing like that, and that's it. So finally, now let's just check. Good, good, good. All right, now maybe there should be better deforms going on. Let's even use this. Let's even check this on a more realistic thing, right? Big moment, folks. Okay, this still seems to be resilient to the top lip for deforms. Maybe it's just wave painting, or the rest position needs to... Yeah, this also doesn't seem to have much effect on the mesh. Okay, there we seem to start have something on the top, but then there are too much rotation, so this starts to get a bit dangerous. The profile here of this mesh does not respond. Maybe we need more mesh geometry, right, folks? Then let's check this. So despair. Well, if that doesn't work at all, well, we can't say it work at all. For the bottom lip, it seems to be good, so it's probably wave painting and mesh geometry, right? So we have alright, so it's interesting, slightly better than what we had before, but not too much, like 20%, 25% better, right? That's too little. Of course, we want these things to be automated. Currently they are just can we shape this like sideways? Yeah, this is maybe we'll have the requirement of more than that, so wave painting of all these profiles will become more complicated. Yeah, so currently we don't have controllers for the side, so there are many things that, but really the worst part is here that I'm not satisfied because, oh, look at that. Ah, okay, so I wasn't seeing too much stuff going on there, so this was frustrating, but look at that, it actually has potential there, we see. Then here also for the bottom it has hard time. Yes, actually I must mention that yeah, we need perhaps a more spline. The rest position of these lips also do not help, and we need the fundamental wave paint there, right, folks? So let's now do something more manual. The question, perhaps we need to blur the next. Yes, no. Here, sorry. Let's try out a few more subdivisions here. Yeah, so here and here, and perhaps here and here. Yeah, okay, let's, the inner part maybe it's not that important, so because I haven't wave painted that, is not any clear that will have any impact. Yes, it has impact, it has, but we should reuse the blurring thing. So mesh topology really matters for the profile curve, mesh geometry especially. Yeah, so I'm able to have better shape here just because I've added, and even though I haven't really reassessed the smooth out those things. So in this sense, to get some regularity, right folks, let's do this and this. So I wasn't willing to do that, but because it is so important, let's smooth out these things. We could, yeah, I don't know here very well what's going on, so let's just smooth and hope that this one too, especially this one. So, but this one doesn't have waves yet, so this is a problem. We cannot do much about it. We should be more free now to perhaps, yeah, because I intend to change the rest position, so we can kind of mess up this mesh already. And I'm just going to create those for the inner side because maybe, yeah, if there's a spline there, let's respect that. So let's see if the shapes here are a little better. How about this rolling? Yeah, it's like we see something, but the profile is not. Okay, so let's use the protection layers to. I have an idea. But it's a bit dangerous to do it right now, so let's just continue here and do that again. Same smooth stuff. So select the bones, protect, use the smooth, and here same situation except that perhaps we can, I know, let's, maybe it wasn't enough what we did, so maybe let's try to exaggerate. Even we do not see, let's play with that, maybe this helps. Let's see how they look first, just assess. Alright, it seems a lot more blurred, but wait, things got wrong. When did that happen? Oh, it's the lips. Huh. Yeah, okay, now it's good. So the problem is just that when I did that, yeah, the expansion, it's already expanded, but okay, that's not too problematic. It's expanded where there was selection, and so that's okay, but it shouldn't expand too much. So the expansion was the issue. So let's do it again, but let's not expand and protect. And you see now it doesn't protect one from the other in the both in the select, so they will attack the opposite lip mesh. So smooth, expand 0, maybe just slightly, and then iterations can be dangerous, so we'll keep that. selected bones also. Now if we go back here, let's see. Okay, we see that expense, so in certain sense this ruined our project, but it's a low wave, so that's not terrible, we accept that. Let's see now if we can check any better effects from what we've just did. Okay, this is the most important part. Can we shape this profile? Sort of. It's hard, but even though we did a lot, maybe it's something about we must assess if there are rogue waves there, or maybe some object modifier. But interestingly, at least there are some shapes that are allowed to be formed, but it's not very easy. Alright, something smoother here. And those bones also, maybe when they approach, they have huge variation, stretch and squash, so maybe this is not a good thing for this stuff here. So maybe we can, I don't think this is immediate problem, could be something to improve, but it's not the responsible for all the problems we are having. Let's see now for the bottom one. So the idea, real idea, you got it, it's that we want to shape the profiles exactly the way we want. And for this we have so far only better success with the bottom lip. Yeah, the bottom lip is quite interesting, look at that. At the first glance we may say, oh, but lips don't need that kind of all these shapes, they are just simple stuff, they will work anyways. Well, actually not exactly. It's kind of difficult if we to rig properly, to have a lot amount of smooth expression on them. Okay, this is slightly satisfactory, but we need to see what's going on here. I'm concerned about many things. I suspect that there's some rogue waves, which are wrong waves anyways. Let's make an assessment of wave painting for everything here, all the bones that we have in this place, right? Jaws don't affect, okay, so arcades, okay, no problem. I think I'm missing, no, they are here, nearly invisible. This is annoying, so, but I know they are there, so that's fine. At least the mouth. Ah, maybe this is affecting, but then if it's not affecting, all right folks, so apparently that is the culprit. We deleted the old lips. No, yeah, no, the old lips are dead. They won't do anything to this rig unless there would be yeah, let's delete these things. Actually, let's just I'm always suspicious about something here, so okay, so you see that transforms. This because the vertex groups that were here start to affect the influence. Another test we can do is that, for example, you see this is delete, is not non-deformable, so that's correct. But what if we delete its vertex group? If something changed here, because it would change the ratio of this of the vertices that is affected, probably nothing will happen because the deformed bone is turned off. So it's a, hold on, it's just an impression. Yeah, the mesh didn't change, just the wave. So we don't need to delete, it's just turn off deformed bone, and that is safe. Of course, if it's locked, I don't know how the, yeah, I think the auto waves option, auto normalize option won't take off waves from this, even though it's a deformed bone and it's shared, because, well, it's unlocked, but it's not a deformed bone, so it shouldn't be interactive. It's bizarre, but I don't know. Anyways, you're not using auto waves, so not touching this, so not a problem. Not a problem. Right? Not a problem. So reset. Let's get here back to our lips, and we saw that the culprit was here. Actually, those are currently deformed bones. They will completely ruin the stuff. So what we need to do is some sort of system that will allow that these splines here would be able to affect this structure. So we'll have to create, in order to reassess the waves properly, we need already to have a mechanism systems that will bring this stuff. So we're gonna create those tweak bones, right? And actually, if we realize this is nearly the same place where this is, right? So let's start already to create those tweak bones, right? From there, the center. Why not? Then I get and add a bone. Yeah, actually, it's a bone just like this one, so we just duplicate it. We find that place there. Just for now, maybe after we find a new. Okay, if I go on now on here, this bone is parented to the. Okay, so what is important is that actually, I don't know, it needs to be parented there to the head, but that's fine. This one will be parented to it, and also all these tiny ones will also be parented to it, so they will move in actually to it, so they will move in sync, all moving together, right? So this means that I can move the whole with just this, and all the block moves, and they are not transforming in relation to themselves, but nonetheless the waves of this is still affecting, of this bendy bone spline here, this bendy bone is still affecting the lips, and this is not required anymore because this is taking waves from the possibility of the profile. But since we are already parented, so they'll move anyways, they'll carry the mesh of the lips. And so what we need to do here is simple. we just are if this is a mistake, probably this is not a mistake. This is how auto waves usually works. They don't they try to not blend waves on different limbs regions. So where there's a bone, there's waves, and where there's another bones, well, you don't get waves from the adjacent bone, right? And so that logic is interesting, because then we can have good waves on the true waves, right? Regarding those things. But at the joints, it is in the interface, it's important to have at least blended waves, or otherwise they'll become value of 1. Now what's happening, I think, is that I cannot push the lips here, because this is also pushing, it has its share of weight, and it's red, so it's, instead of having red here, I'm having just real, that's why I cannot shape, and so the lips with this bone, these splines right here. And this is the what's going wrong, I'm mostly sure. So we are going to first take back this music, thanks YouTube. And then we are going to, okay, I'll set this parenting system first, right, because it's simple and rational. So we're gonna duplicate this bone, it's tweak to be mouse hole, no, mouth hole, or lips top, lips up, alright, lips up, just lips up, tweak lips up, then we get this again for this. This will be lips side, but side left, and we're gonna symmetrize this. We see that now the parenting is towards the head, but actually this parenting should be slightly different. We have a jaws, we have the lower arcade. So this is a question now that I'm not sure how I'm gonna regulate. I'm still trying to figure out how to develop the parenting here. Maybe we need a master jaw, and then each of them are part of the master, or maybe yes, I'm thinking of some developments there. It's a bit complicated, but it's interesting though. There's a lot of things going on here. So okay, so this to the jaw, because the side already is controlled by how the, well, not totally, but you get the idea, by how the jaw moves down. Now we get the splines here. These have not been wave painted yet, and we parent here, offset, and these we need to parent offset here too. So now in principle this moves everything there. Good. So we can also move the hole, the mouth hole with the tweaks. So this will make major. Of course, the mouth is not deforming proper the lips, because we have not assigned waves here, and also the waves, yeah. And these things have waves everywhere on the mouth, so, and we need to wave paint that to make the real test. So now last one, we're gonna get, well, this already got the proper parenting. So to the down jaw down, so we just get here lips down, and then no left, just a no 001. So this we going to place it exactly in the center here of geometry of the bone. No, so here, then here, and now the parenting of these handle bones. Here, 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 and here, parent all that to this. And let's see if these, do they have any bone constraint? No bone constraint, so okay. So now this moves. It's working. Okay, you see, you can. It's starting to work. I mean, so logic is perfectly fascinating. All right, let's go to back here, folks. Let's see here, and we are making great progress here. Soon enough, I guess we're gonna. Actually, I'm not gonna get rid of this because I'm using this as mechanism splines. So, okay, now that this is done, so this is for me a little proof of concept, because I rarely use automatic waves and do the things like that, but it makes perfectly sense in this particular case. It seems very, very powerful. So now it's the lips that I need to address here. I need some protection, and the protection would be something like the lip side. We're going to we don't need to see everything else in this time, so we're gonna simplify stuff. Okay, we get the selection, and then we start to take off some waves from which I'm not sure which ones. So let's start with that, right, for the side lips. Well, maybe that, yeah. I'm tempted because there's too much, yeah, well, geometrically speaking, spatially speaking, it should be accurate to be like that. Then we can make the last ones blur a lot if we want, but we can, no, we can't do that. Stars take off the sides, so it cannot be automated. So what I can do is just, let's start with strong waves. Yeah, so I see this might be the best approach. So let's start with strong waves here. Except that, can we do auto normalize here, by the way? No, sorry, not auto normalize. Can we do auto waves with protection, with paint mask? Should be accurate, because so interesting method here. It seems to have been protected, yes. Automatic, all right. Let's see. Yeah, it seems to have been done. But then, okay, this is a beginning, but I don't think this is enough for, so unfortunately, this is, but this is already a good beginning, a good start. So we have the mouth. These bones maybe are very important. They are more like control bones, so let's move them away from this. We'll move them to master, although they are just tweak bones. What is this? Tweak lip side, right? This probably a mistake. We have it here. Yeah, it's a mistake. They don't need to be that high, right? So that lengthy individual origins there. We can have them slightly alright. So it's clear that now if we assess the, we need to test this here with this automatic waves, but I'm afraid this is not nearly good enough for this. Besides, there are shared waves, there are rogue waves, so it's probably we want much more waves than that. So let's go more organic, right? So for at least for these ones, right? Let's go something more organic like. Maybe the results are much better, right? Because it's well protected, it's well organized. So let's see what you can do with our manual artistic waves, right? So actually I got it wrong. Okay, here forgot the, let's expand this. Okay, now it's good to expand, so let's reduce. No, cannot reduce, but we can expand. All right, so I'm tempted to max waves this and just do this, right, folks? Okay, then we expand from that. That's so let's first give some good waves here. Then here we can also, yes, we can blur too. This should be relevant in this stage. Here too, then same for this one. So we want some waves there. That other part we'll deal later. Yeah, so now I mean the outer part we're gonna blur from the outside, so yeah, maybe this is good to have this sort of slight waves there. I'm not totally sure because they are bendy bone splines. It might be dangerous, so let's try to avoid this. The middle is fine because, but it'll be also slow wave. So let's try at least to respect these ideas. So here, apparently, because the center might be the most important, at least let's try to blur that a lot, right? The outer edge. It's, yeah, maybe it's not good enough what I'm doing. We'll see. I believe this will be better. Yeah, so I must say this idea of lips profile B-bone spline is quite time consuming as a method already, I see. But it's not overly complicated. It's just conceptually is very intricate. So how, if I have started earlier to develop, to learn, try to learn, I would say mount rigging, right? I'd probably have found this earlier and understood how complicated this is. But yes, many months ago I have no idea of all the things I'm doing here, so I've learned a lot just in the last few yeah, in these streamings, exactly in these streamings, along these streamings of this project of experimental mouth rigging in Blender, folks. So okay, this should be enough for this amount, but then we want now to expand, right, folks? And we'll use this as our starting point. Maybe we don't need, yeah, so let's do something like that. We probably, yeah, the rest we leave for the other bones, right? So it's just this region, the more extreme part, which interests us for this bone. Okay, and be careful about this wrong waves on the other opposite side. Yeah, rogue waves, these ones were. So now the middle is simple because it can go everywhere. Yeah, protecting is just going back and forth from edit mode to wave paint mode. I wish there would be a better implementation for this masking, right? So really annoying, but it works. So if it weren't for the tools that currently exist, which are kinda pretty useful, that would be a nightmare. So thankfully we have the solutions, but we'd like to have perhaps more better improvements to the UI interface regarding these tools, these options. There's a lot of ways to do stuff in Blender, so that's cool. This what I'm doing here is probably one of the best methods in terms of accuracy and properly using the vertex groups, the hiding, the mesh selections, all that, the paint mask and all that stuff. Alright, so this looks good for that bone, even this though a bit irregular, that's fine. It's just should be good enough. Let's see how does. I don't think I want more than that, so this going large a lot. But what we can do is now going the other side. Yeah, those ones are really, I think there's something called multi-paint, right, folks? Okay, this is good, we can reuse this. Something called multi-paint that we can like blur everything from all of the same time. If that is correct, it's on. This means that we can blur everything here. These reds here, and this, yeah. So let's try that. Won't be able to see very well, I guess, but right now, I mean, but if that works. And then here, okay, we don't see anything happening at all, so let's, is it bugged, or I probably did something wrong, but we can. Okay, the bones are selected. I cannot wave paint. Let's see. No, it didn't affect the waves, or maybe it did. It's hard to assess. Maybe it doesn't work with blur. Maybe it works. Let's say it's subtract. Now it's working. With blur it seems not to be working, but with subtract it works. In mix it works. So let's see. The test is pretty simple. Let's add strong waves. Looks like it's restricted also, but it's not. So it doesn't want to place there, so let's just then do here. So here, no. Okay, it's sort of, oh, this one doesn't go because it is, alright, I see. We can understand. So it works, but there is this limitation. So what to do about this is that because there are some stuff there, we need to, yeah, so let's decide a threshold of wave painting for this, which would be here, and then everything would one by one won't cross this region. Here, alright, so I can multi-wave everything. Actually, this is the bottom, right? So we don't really want that much. That should be enough, right? That should be good enough, right? There's too much influence in the interior, so we're gonna blur everything. So remember that threshold there will be hard to identify. I think it's okay, I see it. The good thing about multi-paint then is that it retains the memory of the black mesh, the black waves. So this, although it's not optimal, it's actually a good, maybe we can exploit this in our favor, explore this in our favor, because intricate details. So here all around, let's see if that's exactly what we need. 1, 2, 3, that's it, folks. Let's get ready. So multi-paint, it's now we get this and this. Let's lock, and now of course the, yeah, actually it's not now something about the active bone, right? It's just, it's them all, so all together. So lock, and let's try this again. Multi-paint. Okay, the blur doesn't work on multi-paint. I think for one reason is the blur is mixed waves, right? So why, if we are mixing, we're not, well, although this colors mix, what I'm doing is more like yeah, that makes, but the blur makes sense that it doesn't work because, okay, that was the threshold. It makes sense that the blur doesn't work well because it we are already blurring when we make multi-paint, so it's sort of a blur, right? So I believe that would be the idea. And so it's redundant. Okay, so this is good. Multi-blur. Yeah, so they should call it multi-blur. Now, yes, this is probably wrong because now I have the problems with the directions, right? The sides, because this is back, and now I cannot compensate, right, for everything. I would have to assess them manually, right? So like this is like this. Let's see how now. This should have lesser there, and this should have, okay. So this for the the bottom. Let's see if we can. Okay, need that one still, but let's assess the everything here, right? Okay, so this is moving okay. This is moving okay. Well, not moving okay because we need to take off the waves from the lips. We're gonna do very soon. We are nearly done with this thing. So here, okay, there's no. What we see is that the deforms are quite better for this because of we wave painted that, and now we are sharing waves with regarding to these splines here, these profiles. Now let's see if the top has so much worse bad deformation that area. No, they don't. So because now we are shear waves there too. We have okay, there are still bad things, but this is because this one we didn't assess. So this one is much better. And if we move, yeah, so we can move that, and we can reshape the profile with that. There's some waves there that are a bit strange though. Yeah, this is why the splines, they should focus on. They shouldn't. Yeah, that one is moving mesh here. It shouldn't have waves there, so otherwise it will stretch. So multi-paint is not perfect in the way I've used. But the shapes are good, so there are corrections it takes to make and all that, but it's starting to get good. So last thing here for the, well, for this part, right, before we take off the waves from the lips on the mouth bones. I mean the outer splines on the face. These ones, well, those ones are here that strongly affect the lips, and they are taking off. They are making this thing impossible. Okay, I could do this and perhaps yes, okay, let's assess in this way now. So I have this. I'll do one by one, and we'll just start. We'll use blurring, right? So there's a threshold here, and yeah, really one annoying thing on this rig is the layering here. Yeah, that layering is the most complicated thing. So here, at least what we can do is just try to, yeah, let's take off many waves here, because maybe even more here, right, folks? Yeah, now I'm concerned about this extension here. I think we should be more careful here. And yeah, then I could take waves. Yeah, I got an idea. I'll radically take waves after all I've done to the I'll take the waves from the all at once, like Shift K everything, so the outside won't have influence inside and vice versa, except the middle ones, and even the middle ones we can solve that, and then we can try to blur with protection. So alright, so for now this is perhaps interesting. We don't need to care about the invasion of the layering. Yeah, good idea, I guess, for this complicated wave painting. So let's I tried many things already, but it's really not it's really hard to find what will work best. So here, what will be more efficient, right? So here we could consider a layer protection there, but layering protection for that area, because we don't have, yeah, we need to exclude this. Soon enough we'll have to, okay, let's do that. Yeah, this is good. We'll have to invert the selection to exclude stuff this from the other bones, the other tree, but this is already very good. Then this will subtract from our other last approach. Okay, so here we can, here you see bad waves there. Let's take them off at once. Can already do this for the middle one. That'll be easier. So okay, now we just have to care about this. And so let's get this, the outer one first. Then lots of blurring here, right? Because this really isn't required. It's too much waves there. We can have some blurring here. Here doesn't matter because we're gonna take off these waves. Alright, so it will be something like that, right? That looks good. Then the middle one, so here we go. The middle one we don't need to care about this. It has too much waves here as all the other had. We shift K everything to 1 on the top lip, so we just have to maximize these blurrings here. And yeah, in the middle we'll leave a little, but that's it. Now if I invert, I will get this, but I want to exclude this again. And so we are advancing towards the, yeah, so you can call this advanced wave painting techniques for the people that love wave painting. If that exists. Yeah, even myself, I'm doing this. I'm not passionate of wave painting. I used to find it interesting until I've discovered that the problem was not wave painting for me, was that it was that the skinning algorithms will make all this supposedly half artistic work of wave painting something that is not really organic. When we check the results of the skinning algorithms with the deformed bones, we see horrid artifacts happen, and this is not wave painting. This is the skinning algorithms, which are horrible for making natural, spontaneously natural deforms. So it's not about wave paint. So who says that wave paint is I mean, wave paint is a nightmare, but it's not a nightmare for me, because in my opinion, it's not a nightmare because of that we have to do this kind of artistic work. Yes, it's an artwork, right? So if it worked properly, it would be like sculpting in time, like we are preparing how the stuff deformed. But the problem is that the skinning algorithms that are in place here, even spline skinning for these bendy bones, doesn't make it organic enough in the end. So this, okay, I'll have to expand this to make proper blurring, folks, sorry. So this makes that wave painting becomes not only complex, because there's a lot of factors, but also even more annoying, very obscure because of the Stone Age skinning algorithm that we use. Well, maybe not Stone Age, let's say Neolithic age for spline skinning. And I'd like to see there are other skinning algorithms. I don't know how to calculate those things. Maybe it's not advanced mathematics, but it's CG science, let's say. I've read some documentation. It's very interesting, but it's like they are academics, right? That study CG art and they study the skinning algorithms, and there are formulas, equations, there are proposals. They explain why stuff work or not work. They explain the artifacts. That's really interesting, but it's even more. You don't need to know the maths in order to learn something valuable from those things. But of course, if can understand the mathematics, not everything, but just let's put it in this way: the more mathematics we understand about regarding that, the stuff they use there, the more interesting those documentations are, those studies, research are, or works, whatever, analytic works are. And of course, those concepts that are expressed there, they can sometimes help understand why we need to do things in rigging in Blender or in other systems in certain ways, and sometimes, oh, maybe we should avoid doing this. So maybe what I've learned from reading those stuff is, for example, well, maybe you need to avoid rotations on helper bones. And I ended up finding out that yes, we don't need to totally avoid rotations, right? But at the moment that we put rotations in play, we are immediately prone to horrid artifacts, because then the bones, they are susceptible to rotations, and then at some point there's some degree of rotations that will inevitably cause artifacts, even if we can mask them with other, so for example, shape keys and armature corrective methods on armature deform, helper bones, fan bones. All of these, they don't actually solve the skinning algorithm, they just counteract them, and so it's like they just mask the real problem. It's something that I dislike, but okay, they solve the problem. So I would prefer an automation that I'm starting to think about this. Actually, I'm rethink about this possibility to have a mathematically accurate system to counter the skinning algorithm artifacts. And I'm starting to think that the same deformed vertex group can be reused for the same region that is deforming through the artifacts, and then perhaps we change, if we because the other deformed bone would be affected, which clone is like a clone, like, then maybe if we have something that will counter immediately with the same vertex groups, right, will counter a certain area with a counter movement, a counter set of transforms with the same algorithm, or maybe another skinning algorithm, then perhaps this mix of simultaneous transforms, maybe not in the same directions, right, but they could counteract mathematically what is going the output of the skinning algorithm. So this is something that I had an idea last year. I tried some stuff but never succeeded on that properly, and maybe now I'm more ready to get a solution for that actually could has potential, but it's an hypothesis. and need to, if I could understand better those skinny algorithms, I would know exactly what transforms, right? But since my maths are not at that level and I don't have time to study that now, I must rely on some more intuitive approach. Alright, so this is here. So okay, we made the change here. Now what we need to do, see, that is bad, so this is why we need to destroy the waves here, and we'll do it. Yes, okay, I know how we're gonna do it. So we need first outer and outer. So we are going to reduce, no, alright, so we are going to take off these, no, even more. We're going to take off, yeah, exactly, all the outers. We are going to take this off from the 3 inner bones waves. So let's see if we can do this automatically for 3. I don't think multi-paint would do that. So for example, this means this, this and this. If I lock, if I mask that, then let's say I want to I don't think this on will do any difference. If this works, it will be fantastic. I think it may work. So Shift K to 0, Shift K to 0. It's unresponsive, so never mind, it didn't work. It can't work on a... Okay, now it works, but it doesn't work for multiple bones. Yeah, it's irresponsible, non-responsible. So anyways, we're gonna... Oh, what I'm doing is wrong. This is not what I want. We have to do this now for only this bone. No. Be careful. Myself. So here is that, and then we can blur the outer. Yeah, we can blur the outer, just like that. So okay, I already did for this bone. It's already done too, and top already done. Okay, so now the inverse. Actually, we need the inner. Okay, so edit mode. So inner top, inner bottom. Too loud. Sorry, hold on. Then here same, but for the opposite bones. So here O Shift K. Here O Shift K. Here O Shift K. There you go. For the middle, I want to respect the system, so we need to get these splines here. Where is the middle? the middle is larger, it will include, alright, we can use that, right? So middle, it will be the same process. And this time we're not gonna make the wrong blurring. We are going to, with this, yeah, I'm thinking it. Alright, so the problem of this operator, the blur thing, is that it goes in all directions. It's uncontrollable. So all directions here are important for me. So I cannot just blur. It ends up not becoming very practical. Unfortunately, there are many reasons, so it could be useful, but I tried and it caused some issues that could be controllable, but then there would be a problem of the orientation, a slight problem, but that would mean not very organic result, I think. So that's why. So for the middle, shift, okay, so invert. Exactly, we don't want these waves for the middle. Alright. Then, so the idea is that, yeah, I have to have some different, yeah, it's division and layering for these things. Yeah, don't want to explain that. my brain is not. Although I can explain a lot of complex things, this now I'm not ready for that right now. But I know what it is, just it's hard to explain what I want. Alright, so this should be the good. This should have solved a lot of problems. Let's see if that's accurate. Problems that we won't see immediately right now. Okay, the profiles are not following properly, but we know what that is. The real thing is the relations between the mouth stuff. Okay, the lips. So here we have some stuff going on. Okay, as usual, the bottom lip is the best for the profile. So my own inspiration to survive this thing, to continue doing this thing. Yes, if it weren't for that I'm seeing here, at this point I'll be start to get somewhat preoccupied. Yeah, here I think these origins are probably wrong, right? Yeah, the targets are right, we just need to reset. Maybe we made, yeah, I forget these adjustments maybe. What about this? This is correct. This seems to be correct, just that I forgot to, yes, to retake this original length. Alright, so here. Okay, we don't see much influence here, strangely. It's like this. Yeah, those have small waves. It's not like an ideal profile, this one, to shape, right? At least it holds waves. Yeah, look at that. It's really... It's hard to... That part really... I don't really know the profile that I want. I just know it's a tiny thing. Yeah, so maybe we should try to better consider maybe moving this spline here, and perhaps we might need another one here, and therefore this would be the problem, is that then this area would be a bit, yeah, So maybe it's important to keep their profile, but it's hard to control this stuff, right? We'll need some automation, a clever automation system there that I'm not sure about what would be. So let's try without the mirror modifier, with the mirror modifier, sorry, and see if we can get anything right before we... I think some bones there were not symmetrized, right? Apparently these bones here, they... Alright, so stuff there. I thought I had fixed that, but there's some left. Alright. One, two, three. Okay, I think we can symmetrize that, right? Probably these are not waved. So let's do that. This is mirror modifier, which allows this automation. So now we have... Okay, this spline is... These profile splines are still a mystery. Can we, like... If we move them as a group, well, this... We cannot move it... Well, we can, okay, Okay, so this is an interesting thing. Let's go back and take this. Now let's see if... Okay, so you have here, that takes that. Fine. Then we have this. And you have this, of course. We are able to pull the mouth, the lips, the group lips in many directions. So this is starting to make more sense. Now let's do something that I'm afraid of doing for so long, because it is not the kind of rig that I do. So, but I'm going to trust the information that which I got. So this means that if we pick this lips, which have a lot of waves already from the lips bones, we go to the... Yes, we'll need to be on wave paint mode. Then we make a bone selection like this. There is this, and then there is this, and then there is this. Yes. So all of these are spline, bendy bone splines affecting the lips. Probably other bones, not this. Jaws. Okay, jaws not affecting the lips. And these are just... why does that has... No, this is correct. Okay, so never mind. Alright, so it's just 4 splines, but they have heavy waves on most of the... Yes. So we just get the shift case this to 0, and if this theory is accurate, despite we lose some waves on the... Wait, why this mesh is showing there? No, it was just a confusion. It was the insides. Yeah, I was thinking it was the... No, it was inside that thing. Alright, so let's protect, though it's not real necessary. We start with the... Okay, we can shift K everything. we don't need the protector, so shift K 0. Wait, not happened. I think I need the, okay, so we need this, took off one side. Yes, because shift K needs a selection, so that's why. Clever thing actually. Alright, we just took this off. I'm going to save this because this takes some time to prepare. Not that much actually. Yeah, it took some time. So lips profile. So now no waves on lips. Alright. This is the advanced stage where we were at. This bone is not a tweak bone, so that's natural that this doesn't move the thing. Alright, grand moment. We see that we have, okay, we haven't touched the bendy bones, the profile yet. It seems that we have some difference in the way the lips move, so at least it is different, and it seems that it gives us some more shapes possible, but it's horrid what is happening. So it's 0 waves on that, so this is not good. I don't know if it's certainly, it's not something only about the Alright folks, okay, so I have a plan B, so don't worry. I have a plan B, a plan C. I mean, if these profiles don't work as we expect, so I'm trying to carry the profiles around, right, with this system that I think this you got. So if now what we need to test from this point. Okay, so on one hand we have a problem with the mesh around the lips, which was not properly wave painted. On the other hand, we have the relation between the lips, and this affects the rest position. This is something about the poor rest position of the lips that I currently have for a more regular deforms on the mouth. The mouth has in this character has a lateral orientation, right? So perhaps the best rest position for the mouth and in this character design would be a more widespread mouth, open, like, but not an O shape, more like an oval. I don't know how to spell, and horizontally. This doesn't mean those lips, yeah, the corners I still don't know. So what remains here to test, of course, I'm just posing here, and this is the most interesting part now. This is the proof of concept of the lips profiles, and because now there's no waves affecting them. So if this proves to work here, and it seems to be working as I suspected, yeah, so you see, then this is problem in relation to in relation to the sides. So maybe that's the idea, to have profiles here. The idea, of course, is not posing this manually, would create some sort of control, but here you see that even the top profile, which was very poorly working, now works a little better. but there it doesn't work very well with what's to the side of it. But the shapes are starting to become more fluid, and we are more able, you see, the mesh is sort of following the profile curve quite accurately, and this is what it was supposed to do. This means that this is working, at least in terms of shaping the lips profiles. The question is, there are many questions here, how to have this move around as I was trying. Okay, this is something I need to investigate, but doesn't matter right now. This is probably the corrective smooth that needs to be, let's take a look at that right now. Maybe we can solve this stuff. Corrective smooth, mouth. Oh, there's a corrective. Ah, this is old, folks. I should delete that, or maybe it should be a different correct smooth for the, yeah, let's not delete, just leave it unused. So it was for another system. I want to check this vertex group. Okay, smooth face, right? Maybe we can use this along with the lips, although it would be more precise to have a correct smooth face, edit mode, select. Okay, it doesn't include the lips, so this is probably what was happening. We are going to probably want to wave paint that, right? So we'll need a protection system here again. So maybe I want to include the lips, yes. Okay, alright, I know what I must do. So I will get maybe the, yes, the problem is that this is for the face, the mouth, the face. If we augment it here, okay, let's first protect this thing, then we think lips. Alright, then let's add some. Okay, this is the selection. Let's see now the corrective smooth face. Alright, no, not select. Let's see wave painting of it without protection. We see that, okay, it's blurring, but then it ends. And so the idea here would be perhaps an expansion in a certain regular way. And so I want to know how much wave is that. Alright, let's give some. Okay, let's pick this one. Can I select here? Yes, I can. Alright, so from this on, including the, I think the last lip, right? No, I need to include this too, right? Hold on. Nearly got a mistake there. So, because corrective smooths are affect this, so it's already running towards the lips mesh, but it's too weak. So what you're gonna do is gonna pick this value, and we're gonna, the last one, okay, I have it's open, correctly smooth, so okay, never mind, we just Shift K, but we will reduce this slightly, perhaps something like, yeah, 0.4, Shift K, Now there's some gradation, right? We could probably do something about the blurring. Yeah, I don't know here. Maybe we can, if I could have some sort of smooth system here, right? Why not? Okay, let's, this is all protected, so let's save. Let's add a smooth active group only. Then factor. Yeah, let's give it perhaps, I don't know, iterations. We want to expand. Yeah, expand, but factor maybe less. It's not exactly, the weights there are all equal. It's not very nice. So hold on, let's, we don't want much expansion, therefore can expand negatively too. Expansion 0, let's just work with this. Okay, we see where it is blurring, so that's okay. Factor 1, less iterations. Okay, let's use this, and also for the last there, yeah, I'll do this manually. Yeah, we pick this, we can do this manually here. So, okay, it will blur automatically. Okay, let's do it smooth, because it knows that, no, it, okay, so, okay, it doesn't recognize that there it's 0 for some strange reason. It's not like the normal wave, so we'll have to do it differently. Let's paint that black. Let's take off. No, I did it wrong. I painted red, so 0. And from this we will blur. There it is. Smooth. We expand. There we go. More iterations. Factor. Yeah, there's a lot of factor. It will invade there, so maybe we shouldn't get this amount of iterations. Maybe not so much extension and more iterations. Yeah, no, this is not. Maybe less factor. Okay. More expansion, but less factor. And it lags a little. I think that's, yeah, that's good enough. You see, this is probably not good, but actually this could be interesting because no one will see this region. So it's still happening some strange stuff there, but I believe, yeah, this is because of the okay, let's save that. So wow, this, yeah, we have some still issues there for the profile, but look at that. This is quite good, quite accurate. profile curves work for lips, at least in this in here. We are able to shape many things here. So here what happens is that spline, maybe it's we need to perhaps check what's going on here. Seriously? Yeah, that's it, but then okay, something we need to assess here. We can probably, yeah, because, yeah, okay, so I see. These bones are carrying this. So what we should do, there are many blurring with from this to outside and then from this to inside. So it's like a dance where they need to share. Yes, so if we pick this, and you see this is horrible, we need to get some, yeah, more radical sharing of influence here, but maybe not, still not into the lips. Yeah, maybe just the points, and then we get this. Okay, let's trust this will do. Then we need to start assessing the waves from, yeah, this is horrible, so let's okay, so it's all about the borders, so let's fix this in real quick. This should be, yeah, and so a lot of blurring here. Let's hope this allows, this retains the capacity for these bones to still carry the mouth mesh around, right? So why? Oh, this is the bottom one, right? Yeah. So something like that. Let's solve for the top one. Yeah, all this requires lots of blending. We don't see quite what's going on here. And here, yeah, that part is critically bad. Here we can do that. Last one would be the side one, or did we do it already? No, we didn't. We'll do it now. So same thing here. So all that thing, oh, we need also for the other side, I think, because there are some crazy things about the mirror modifier that I've done. So no, it is already done. Maybe no, it wasn't. So here also we need to, I'm painting only the real side from the original. So there are more waves there that which are already blended, so that's fine. It was just the inner part that required some, yeah, and here probably too, that part. The connection to the lips, because we remade the entire WikiRigs with this new system. So now I'm afraid there's nothing else to do except contemplate the terror or the grand success of this rig. Of course it's not completed, but we are really reaching a point where we are starting to be able to finally create rest pose for the mouth that are expressive. So the splines, except for this one, these ones they prove to be okay. This is not moving because we need the master tips, so maybe we don't move that yet. Okay, there's a problem that this is not pushing. Okay, they got displaced in a bit more than they got a bit offset, and this is bad for the. I don't know why this offset happens. Maybe it happens because we need to push the whole them as a whole. Let's see. Now it's offsetting, so I don't know why. We should have a bone that moves everything, so lips roll, we could use this as a, yeah, this mechanism is not working anymore, so we could have this twig bones parented to this, so we can already, it will be sort of a mouth mover as this. No, keep offset. Alright, so we have this thing. This is one part of the control rig that I was willing to do. Maybe this should be done in a sort of proportional editing way. So now this system actually gets, okay, it is parented to what? To the jaw. Maybe it could be parented to this now. Or actually it should have some interaction between what it maybe it needs to follow the mouth hole orientation, but there is nothing that gets centralized, that recognizes the center. Okay, so this is not exactly how we want to move this, but we can. This is the good part. Let's see if we can do some. Okay, so the start rest position is bad. There's something also that I was considering. I don't know what happens if I get deformed bones for the lips at this point, nor as spline skinning, nor as linear blend skinning. So I maybe, yes, but then there is the idea of adding more of these splines here, right? So the shapes of the lips, at least they are sort of preserving thanks to the curves, right? They get some deformities with this, do that of course, because this is radical to the spline, but then we can still, let's see, solve some, let's try to reshape some stuff here. Could benefit perhaps from attempting some transforms here too. Yes, this has waves there, so maybe this can help. Yeah, so in principle I think we just need a more regular, yeah, then it looks like we could benefit from other spline there. So these ones are a bit hard to understand how to, but we need at least them to be in place so it holds waves there, even the waves might not be very exciting. These splines should remain small, just as the mesh on the rest position. They can still be used for, let's see, yeah, you see this is pushing too much, and then we don't have something here to make an interpolation between these waves and these waves. So same here for the bottom, but the bottom isn't suffering for some reason too much from this aspect. And then we can make because it's more regular, perhaps, I don't know. Let's see about how this works. Okay, you can transform that, right? There's interpenetration there, it's not a problem right now. We can totally get some nice shape, yeah, nice shape here. The bottom lip is really good, and we can also have some twisting, some. Then of course doing this is dangerous, so maybe we should consider. Okay, let's try to move the mouth to the side. Now we start to have, of course, this is something I don't know yet how to solve. There's also, okay, this carries bones. This doesn't, yeah. Of course, this affects too much the character design, so it's quite dangerous to do that. We see that despite, oh, I see, hold on, when we rotate this. Okay, so something that is annoying that I do not understand quite now is that yes, it's this offsetting. So the offsetting is really a bit complicated. If we could solve the offsetting, I think the deforms would be much better. So okay, so one thing, rest position of the mouth. So more splines, at least one symmetric there, and then maybe we need more waves here in the. Let's just reassess this in some way here. Apparently, it's like, do we really have head, mouth region? Mouth region? Oh, this is just a, it's not a deformed vertex group. Head, eyelash, butt. Alright, don't, this is roll waves. better look that at the item tab. Lips profile up. Okay, so too much waves from the profile up, I see. Lip up profile again. Wow. Yeah, that's it. Too much waves from the and lip side profile as well. Lip side profile. What about lip down profile? Okay, because this is a little... Okay, so someone's here will have more stuff. Side profile, down profile, there we go. It's normal that one is... The 003 is inside. Yeah, it's okay because we are outside here, no waves, so that's logical. So no rogue waves that would be... Okay, what about the head? An interesting theory. If that is true, then I have been facing this problem forever, folks. Oh, we gotta find out immediately if there's a culprit. So you have a... Alright, let's try out. The head is not moving, right? So I don't believe that. If that was the case, then I have been doing horrible job in rigging for a very long time, and I didn't understand why my bones weren't deforming correctly. One of the reasons why. So let's try this. 2 years rigging, and I was rigging wrong because of my excessive use of blended waves and little use of the automation features. Yes, it is very likely that's the case, folks. We got the lips and we got the head, the deaf head, which is in a certain layer here. If we select it, you see that it's one waves to everything. But what this one waves means is that even if I have maximum waves to these deformed bones on the lips, they will still not be carrying totally the lips because of this thing. And so to solve this, yeah, so this means the following, folks. The head bone must get, just as I was constructing this here, mechanically, with mechanism system, bone constraints, parenting stuff for bones. However, the mesh itself shouldn't be carried by the vertex groups of this. Yes, it is like when we are wave painting. It's kind of helps because we don't have to be spreading. You like follow the hierarchy. Oh, this is head bone, all red. This is I don't know, this lips bone, all red to start with. Lips not a good idea. But let's say I had a master jaw bone or muzzle bone. Oh, this region all red because that bone will carry everything, and the rest is the rest. But then the rest is not the rest. Then we have situations here with these bones get offset. Actually, they are not enough to carry the waves. So what I'm going to do here, I'm pretty sure this should be the reason why I've suffered so much in some... And this also happening to the eyelids rig, eyes rig. I was able to rig nonetheless, but then always with some strange interactions that I was... Oh, this is just wave painting. So let's try. And if this is correct, I don't think there was any other bone that would be responsible for that. Okay, offset still happening, but if we compare, perhaps, okay, this is much better for the bottom lip. Ah. That's it, folks. It was that. So this means that my profile curves now should be really accurate. Accuracy, right? This is what we want in rigging. So, and that, okay, we know that because we don't have spline. Look at the deforms now. Strong deforms, strong quality on the, not quality perhaps, we need to work on that, but now the wave painting is more responsible. Yeah. Yeah, so that's it. Never start learning. Yeah, if possible. 2 years rigging and I didn't realize that thing. Crazy. I have to revise all my rigs. This means one thing, folks, rigging is easy. Just get the things correct. Yeah. Just this one is still strange, but maybe there are some waves that, let's check here, that I don't know. We'll have to revise everything. So I have a list of something. Yeah, this is urgent thing, folks. Pretty interesting. Of course, we cannot confuse the vertex groups that are for object modifiers and this hiding stuff, management stuff that I do, with deformed vertex groups. So folks, if you see here, I have a list where I'm gonna note here, because this will be fundamental. So okay, mount control, bones, up, down, okay, not gonna do now. There's something, just here I'm gonna add some really good stuff, which is, don't know even the color for that, but yeah, let's get this color. So this will be reassess stacking waves and parenting and bone parent and bone relations. That's it. So this means that I need to, for all week, maybe I stream that, maybe not. It will be yeah, it's actually not so complicated. It's just that if I take wave from the head, I need to compensate this with other things that, so for example, let's in this case I just took waves from the lips, so I cannot make the test, so never mind. I'm not gonna destroy my rig accidentally on this matter. We are, yeah, so probably, okay, these are mechanism bones, so rest, okay, so there's the let's see what we need to do next here, folks. First, here my information. So make lips profile spline, yes, but we didn't finish. Make basic lips, okay, we did that. This is the basic lips control rig. Lips test lips profile transformed in place pose as, okay, so this we can do. Okay, first time I'm able to finish this off a list, although there's another profile here should be added, but this would not do this time. We made the proof of concept and it seems to work, especially if you corrected this thing, but there are many other things that we need to assess. So what was this again? Oh, pose assets, right? So The problem is the following, folks. I need to make local. Let's say the mouth is somewhere else. Okay, well, I know how to test it. So, oh, I think it will work, folks. Anyways, let's make a pose asset here to figure this out if that is correct. So we get this, we get this, we get this. We'll see that the bones will change, so no big deal. Just want to make some effort in this thing, just to make some difference. I don't know, maybe to show some usefulness. Okay, we can make that, push that, so it will be alright. Okay, so we have these splines here, and let's assume that we want this as a pose asset. So in this case, I think I need to asset. Let's get the camera here already, so it will be something like that. Okay. Create pose asset, right? So that's good, no big deal, that's what we want. Now I reset the pose. Let's go, now I don't need that. Back to properties editor, go to animation here. Now let's try to see if these bones, because they were assigned, however they were assigned with, oh, it's local space assignments. Alright, we'll gotta make a new test, but I think that will work, folks. So for example, let's say I have some crazy pose here, and now if I go on animation, pose library, would that make the bones return to where they were? Actually, I need to select. They seem to want to return, right? No? Okay, let's go even more exaggerated. Let's something like that, right? Okay, so if I pick this bone and set here, okay, it moves in place. No selection of bones. I don't know what happens. It looks like a, I don't know, it will be like, what does that mean? No selection or all selection? It's the same thing. All right. Oh yes, because it will mean, okay, I don't know what this means. Maybe I had, when I did that, as I, okay, anyways, if I select all the bones, okay, let's reset. Oh, that's the pose from, yes, that's the pose from that, but they do not return to their yeah, okay, so there, one annoying thing is that we need to get the selection of the, yeah. So this means that those should be larger in some way. Yeah, so this is an annoying thing, even for pose assets. How do oh, there's a bone selection sets, but problem is the bone selection sets is too deep into the here, and don't have them here. Okay, so what does this mean is that if we do this and we do this, okay, it's clear the bones were posed in place, local space, they don't return, right? There we go. It's just strange that when we select all, we do that. Okay, no, it's when we don't select. Was it bugged then? Alright, so my question was answered, folks. This is the great news. Anyone that knows about pose assets would answer me that, probably would know the answer. So we got that done. We checked everything here, so it works. That's lips profile transform. So this means that I can, yes, shape any profiles in combination of all together and just use this as anywhere the mouth is, right? They would apply locally. There we go. And it's like yeah, pose assets. So actually, like, it would be exactly like shape keys because I can shape the lips. So now the problem starts to become much more artistical than technical, because yes, I'm sure this is deforming bad because we need more, at least one more here, and reassess some waves here, and yeah, a lot of things. But that's it, folks. We are this today. I was sure this was gonna be very interesting. We got past major factors, as you see, and we still are having problems with the deforms here. Yes, so bad solutions that it works, but it's deforming too badly, so you need to reassess some stuff here. So I think the next thing, besides solving the lip spline, is the rest position of the mouth for this character. So I'm gonna place it now. So lips profiles. Okay, I'm not doing this now. These are organized later. So I'm just gonna add a new task here to remember, which is what? Which is yes, rest position. I think I have it already. Extra rest position for mesh. No, face rig. No, it's not that. So be parallel. Where does it tell rest position here? No, I think maybe it's here. Already done. Yeah, never mind. So new rest, lips rest position. So it would be something like ovaloid horizontal half open mouth. Yeah, that's it. And not half open, yeah, it's slightly open. What about the modifiers, the shapes of the lips? Well, the shapes are complicated. Some anatomical things. Well, we can reshape this with pure. This is interesting. Maybe we don't need to. Well, it's there's a question here. Rest position. So this is fundamental question. Rely on anatomical details on rest position, or solve everything later, or start with basic lips shapes with very simplified. Yeah, this is correct. Simplified lips shapes, and solving everything with all shapes through how to say the lips profile many bones splines pose assets. Great question, folks, because this means that because our system here mostly works after we discovered what was failing, works with accuracy even for that area is still, but there's enough evidence that works fine. See, look at that. This means that we can nearly shape whatever thing we want if we have with some degree of accuracy, right? Provide we have proper enough of them. Just another one here to solve this problem here. And anatomical shapes, we can produce them already from this, even I assume if the rest position is very simple, because these profiles allows us to shape the profile of the lips. That's simple as this. Starting out with good shapes, anatomical details for the lips could be good, but also limiting, because why do that from start if they sometimes cause problem if you can shape everything later? So this is something I want to investigate next. So this is why we need to, I think I would even need here, because these ones are very difficult to do. They are like, also they are very, this is supposed to be, I think, very thin and blended stuff. So it's like, this is like a wave keeper for this region, and so at least we can push this thing. So it is meant more for pushing, and currently it's very bad. We see that we'll have to reassess this region. And then there is the mechanism. So we need this probably. Then lips follow mouth holes for lips rig follow. Yes, somewhat this is working already. And then there is many questions here we need to address. Let's make some tests here. Okay, assess this. This is not a terrible mouth expression, like it's actually, we can, of course it's just the mouth, that is just the lips of it. Then there is stretching here that we need to find a way to avoid, but I assume that with a new mouth rest position we probably can solve many of these things. I'm also concerned about the shrink wrapping of the lips mesh. At least some, it goes inside, some part won't go inside, so I have a plan for that too. So so shrink wrap gradation for lips. Gradation for lips. We need to assess this, very important, because the face, the muzzle is already having this, but then the lips, maybe some part of the lips are having, let's see which one. It just need to check the shrink wrap, not this one, the shrink wrap muzzle. Yes, so we have here, okay, and then but what about the wave painting of that? It's like we could probably get some blended waves in this thing too. This is not blended waves, so maybe we should, okay, I'll save here. We'll consider that and see it doesn't go to the lips. So it is possible that the lips are not following in certain poses better because they are not and it seems to be near this region where it breaks down. There, see? Of course there is other reasons, there should be other reasons for that, but yes, so we will add also here sorry, I need also check gradation wave painting for this modifier. Yeah, because we checked it for correctly smooth and we found out it was useful, but now we need to assess it for these two. Check remake, check make gradation. All right, that's it, folks. This was huge, and we are evolving more and more, even though it's clear that oh, my multi expressions are not good. We've been rigging this for days and nearly 2 weeks and still no good multi expression. That's fine, because even though I'm not having any multi expressions here, I was able to make a lot of proof of concepts from the ideas of that I was doing and test some other things from other references and all that. And this means that from these new skills and understandings, insights, we now can do what should be done to get finally to the multi expressions. And at the same time we will be trying to solve other problems gradually, so as we evolve. So thanks for watching, folks. Happy blending. See ya next time, maybe soon. Today I'll be streaming again, so not sure if this is the same thing, but we'll continue. When this is finished, I think this will be great, because everything is showing that is plausible. I believe we are in the right direction. That said, see ya next time. Take care. Bye.